Hello everybody, how you all doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. We have 15 days left until my deadline, where if I don't get enough viewers, I'm ending streaming. At least for a while. Um, yeah, I've been thinking of it a lot, and I am going to stop streaming, uh, if I, don't get enough people, watching. Uh, but not forever, ever, ever. But probably close to it. I mean, it will probably be a few years before I come back, but that doesn't mean I won't be around. I might do the occasional stream, but me as somebody doing streaming, consistently, that will go away. When APIs show up on Kick, you might see me come back for a short time, just as I'm writing up, things such as, maybe KJ Bot will come back on Kick. I do need to work more on him. But there's also a whole bunch of stuff I want to try to get working. I'd love to get some chat interaction shit going on. You know, all sorts of stuff like that. We're gonna have lots of fun with that, but that's gonna be probably much after I've quit. But yeah, I won't have a regular schedule. It'll be randomly whenever I feel like it, no warning. So definitely make sure you're following so you can get an alert when it goes live in the future. And who knows, maybe we'll just end up getting to the goal much, much later and activating subs, and then you all love me, and then I'll be back forever. Or, for as ever as I can make it. At any rate, let's get started on tonight. Now, tonight we are actually continuing what we did last night. Last night we found out that the mesh generation for our WMO meshes, for some reason, doesn't work anymore. It works just fine for the ADTs, at least on the one file I've tested, but it doesn't seem to work for any of the WMOs. So we're going to actually try and fix that tonight. I have already done a little bit of prep work. I wasn't able to actually, full on get it to work, but I've got some prep work, so we're going to actually make it a little bit easier for ourselves, and a little bit more like how we have things set up for the WMOs, or the ADTs. So, let's just jump right into this. Alright, so I have set up here a generate procedural mesh function and a save procedural mesh to static mesh function. These are basically lifted directly from either directly from the WMO code, or was lifted directly from the ADT code. But I'm looking at generate as procedural mesh, and I'm thinking I basically have to start from scratch in terms of generating the mesh data. So what I've done is I've come over here, I've loaded up another one. I've actually created, I think it's right here. Yeah, I've created this whole little section that is going to be helpful, especially it's these two lines, because we're going to need to go through each group and make sure that we can save each one to a mesh. But I just now realized, no, we should not go through this. What we should do is generate our procedural mesh completely independently, and then try to make it work in here. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge, because the way the ADTs works is it's saving it as one mesh. We need to save each group as a separate mesh in this version. So what we're going to want to do is actually no, we are going to want to have generate procedural mesh in here, because it's going to go through each group and then process all the materials and everything in that. So we just have to find a way of getting all this, mesh data and all that. F mesh group data. All right, so F mesh data group. And since this is not a pointer and we're going to want it to be a pointer, we'll just tell it, hey, you know, go there. Alright, and now it's going to have a problem with that, but that's okay. Take that. I'm going to move this over here. So that's going to be off on another screen, and I'm just going to be able to, mostly looking over there to use it as reference. Let's come here. We'll toss the group info there. So, group mesh info. Group mesh info. Should it be group mesh info or group mesh data? Group mesh data. That sounds better. All right. So now I can just copy that, paste that into the header here, and it should work. All right. So this is basically going to loop through each of the groups, and we can actually now try to convert that into a single procedural mesh. So we're going to start going through that code. So we're going to start by generating, first we do a couple of error checks. We got to make sure our group mesh data is not null. If it is, could not, no group mesh data found. There we are. All right. So now we'll put in a log. We actually, I've actually passed in a slow task, so oh. So instead of going null pointed, I just do not. No. Is there a way of checking this? I don't think there is. Oh, wait. No. I want that as a pointer. So yes, that would be equal mesh. I messed up there. The messiest little boy you know. Yeah, let's make the pointer a slow task a pointer too. Which means that will be should cancel. And that should update soon to be correct. Meanwhile, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say at slow task. Alright, save that. Alright. So I believe this will all update and be good. So now we need to go through and we need to actually have it process each material. So probably the first thing we need to do is turn on some music. Winter's Grasp. Alright, so we now have our procedural, our blank procedural mesh. We're going to need a way of determining if this is empty. Well, it should never not be empty if we're doing our job right. So we'll try to do as many checks and balances for this before we even start working on that. Actually, yeah, let's actually put a check in here. If procedural mesh num sections, get num sections less than or equal to 0. I always like doing less than or equal to because you never know when something might do -1 for an error state. Okay. Let's put in an error here and return null pointer. Just copy, paste. Could not get any procedural mesh sections. Mesh is invalid. Or maybe it should be error mesh is invalid, could not get any yeah. Mesh is invalid, could not get any procedural mesh sections. So that's the error message we're going to get. And it will return that. Otherwise, we'll return our procedural mesh. Actually, it would be procedural mesh does not have any sections. That's probably more accurate. All right, so now let's actually start processing through. We're gonna. I see a lot of code in here that's, you know, basically processing, going through, trying to get everything up and going and running. And I'm thinking, I'm just going to skip all this for now. Let's just get it to build. We'll worry about things like, you know, existing meshes and collisions later. I want to start getting material data information. So, I am going to need to put the mobility of that onto stationary. And now we're going to have a counter, and we're going to go through our group mesh data, which will be that. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go through each material data, and we're going to create a new section for each one into the procedural mesh. That's because the way procedural meshes work is they are recorded into sections. Each section has its own unique material, and so that's why we're going through each material and making making this. All right, so now we're actually going to do the slow task. Let's see. Enter progress frame. Probably 0.01 or 0.1. We'll break this down as we need. So, from all right, f text from string. Can I just type in here? So what do I actually have here for this string? All right. Just tell this to be the slow string. Oop. Took a little too much off the top. Alright. Building material, building mesh for building mesh, building percent %s. This is mesh data for material percent %s. Yeah, I'm going to put them in brackets. %i, %i. So, group mesh name, group data name, group name. Is that F string? Okay, yep. So now we're doing J. No, let's swap that up to I, bitch. We're at top level now. Material ID, alright. And then we're I plus 1 out of that. Okay, so where would I find material IDs? Unfortunately, I think that's probably in the mesh data itself and not the group mesh data. So, oh no, material data. Material index map. Ooh. No, that's not going to have that. Yeah, material data index map. So I would pass in the material ID into here, and it would redirect me to something that's likely in the group data. So, alright, so we're not going to have that. For material 1 out of 1. So, well, actually, no. We could have that. It's just going to be a percentage. There we are. All right, so there's our slow string, and we're going to log that too. Because I feel that will be a fairly useful thing. But just to make it a little bit easy on myself. Ooh, Suleiman. Because otherwise I got to figure out how to get that into here, and that's sometimes troublesome. I'd rather do it as a, just a simple variable. That way it's a little bit more uniform. So I think for right now, I'm going to do that. And then down here, we'll do another 0.5 and say, section complete. Build complete. All right. Or I could just say, 1.0 and just let that go until the next one. At any rate, now we're in here with the materials. First up, we need to get the material name, which does mean we need to get the ID. So, int material ID equals that. And frankly, if we're going to use this, let's bring that up here. Okay, that's something I'd deal with later. I'm just thinking, okay, do I want to modify the slow task so it has less steps than usual, or do I just skip this and actually make my own just for the procedural mesh? Which, in some ways, might be a better option. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking we'll do that. So I don't need to pass that information. Instead, we'll generate our own inside here. Alright, so... But what I am going to do is both before and after that over in the main task, I'm going to tell it to, you know, cancel if need be. All right, return and return and... Yeah, I don't need that. I do need that. Alright. Okay. So now, let's just switch this up to slow task. And it will be a dot, not a... Alright, so now we need to figure out float num tasks equals 0.0. I don't know why they do it as a float, probably because you can kind of break it up in here. Generating procedural mesh for WMO. I don't think I need that last part, but and we're mirroring that down here. So actually, what if I put that up here? There we are. Actually, I'm thinking I probably want to do that, right? Well, we'll see once it updates its colors. Not a fan of the blue flavor, but it's not bad. It's better than not having a drink at all. Okay, so we've now got our slow task. We need to figure out the number of tasks. So right now, let's just start off with num tasks plus equals group mesh num, stop building. If, where's that collisions shit? There we are. Collision. If WoW version equals separate. Does not equal separate. Num tasks minus equals 1.0. I'll just tell that to be a float. There. Okay, so basically, we know that the number of materials here almost always going to include. Well, actually, wait a second. No, this would be better to do in a loop. Now that I think about it. So, all right. So, for int I equals 0. Good old Ironforge. If material data dot ID, well, actually, let's start with I, then ID. Material ID equals 255, and can't get my my things different. All right, and that equals separate. Num tasks plus equals 1.0. Else num tasks equals 1.0. All right, so only if we find a collision material in here, and our collision material is set up to be separate rather than include. Wait, no. How am I going to do this? Okay, so for every material, we want to do an increase of 1. Because we need to process through all of them. If, however, our material is 255 and mesh collision is separate, then we do not want to increase. We, in fact, want to take 1 away. Because we're going to deal with, collision in a completely separate setup for procedural mesh. No, wait. How am I going to do this now? So I want to be able to export the collision. If we actually peek right in here. Default collisions. First of all, we're going to have collision equals none. That's fine. Collision equals complex. That's where we're using the actual polygons for everything. A separate mesh. We export the original collision as a separate mesh and then apply that to the object. How does that work with a procedural mesh, though? Because if I include it, it's going to be included, but it may have the polygons hidden. I would rather like to avoid that because it would create an extra draw call for the collision. But, what about this, separate mesh? How do I do this as... I suppose the only thing to do is actually put a Boolean in here. So, yeah, let's add a Boolean. Collision only. Collision only equals false. And I'm going to add a little note here. Be collision only will only return the original collision mesh. Otherwise, it will be excluded from the model. Okay, so if B collision equals true, then we add one. Okay, so if we find material ID 255, which is always the collision mesh, and we're set to collision only, then we increase our tasks by 1. If, however, we don't have that, then we just increase our tasks by 1, which should exclude no, this is going to have to be an else if. There we go. Okay. So, if what we're finding is the collision mesh and collision is only, then we add 1. However, if our material is not that, we add 1. And that'll be going through each of the materials, so that will be our total number of tasks. Alright, there we go. So now, as we come down here, if equals true, and material ID is not equal to 255, we continue. Yeah, we don't want to return, we want to continue, because we want to keep going through the list. Because it's going to go through all the materials and then get to 255. Alternatively, though, if collision only equals false, and the material ID equals 255, we want to skip that. Alright. So now we're building... Well, actually... we don't want the maximum. We want... Actually... Yeah. I'm doing this wrong. All right. So T array F group or group mesh data. No, F group mesh data. Or F mesh group data. F mesh data group. Actually, F mesh data material. F mesh data material. There we are. And those are okay, just straight regulars. All right. Material data list. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to go through here, and instead of doing the if then else for all that bullshit, we're not going to increase number of tasks. Well, no, what we're going to do is actually we're going to take the material ID that we found and push it into here. So we're going to push that into there. Else we're going to push that into there. And then this equals float num now we don't have to do any, crazy bullshit things like, all that. And technically this is just an int, so we can float this. You'll float too. No. Alright, so now we know how many, okay. Num material datas. Num material data, that's probably best. Doesn't have to be tasks. Alright. So now we're going to go through here, and then F material data, mat data equals material data list I. So now that will become that. All right. Building. Yep. So now we just want to drop in material ID. And the I. Let's see. Int. So now this number will accurately reflect how many materials we're going to process. All right. So, a little bit of a funky workaround, but, now it's a little bit more, because we did this, now we're actually, making it much easier for us if we're, just swapping to collision only, because that whole thing is in here. We don't have to modify any of this. We are going to keep this in here just to be safe, but theoretically, we don't need it anymore, because we basically already did that up here. In fact, yeah, I'm just going to remove that. I don't think we need that at all. All right. So if I was to compile right now, we'd probably get a couple compiling errors, because I'm pretty certain I messed something up here. But I kind of feel like I want to just keep going, but at the same time, I want to make sure I got everything right up to now. Yeah, let's make sure we're you know, functional. Well, functional. Now, we're not actually doing anything with the procedural mesh. So no matter, you know, what I've done in here, it's still going to say error mesh is invalid, procedural mesh has no sections. So we will never get to return our mesh, which, and in the other screen you can see if proc mesh equals null, which is it will be right here, it's just going to continue and move on to the next, you know, the group section, and then it'll do all that, but it'll never get to this line because we just haven't added that code yet. And that's assuming that this builds correctly. I should probably open this up. All right. And good, it's opening over there. Yeah, doing massive rewrites like this is not fun. And yet it's exciting at the same time. Alright, so let's kind of sneak a peek up ahead what's going on. Alright, so we're going to enter our progress frame, which we are. Then we're going to make sure we're doing all the collision stuff. We've got that. We're going to create a new material interface. So let's just copy and paste that because this all looks correct. I don't know why it's having... Oh, that's because I'm looking at the collision mesh. Alright, screw this. Actually, no, we are going to need this. The good news is I can just swap this out. Could not get... Yeah, this is just, you know, we'll just use the Boolean here. So... if collision equals true... This Python code is killing me. Alright, so there, I'm just going to do that. Just jump down here. Let's see, this looks like it's the actual... Yeah, this is the actual stuff. Alright, okay. I'm not seeing... What are we doing? What are we doing? Here it's just generating the material. No, the collision is doing the right thing pretty much. All right. Okay, we're gonna go null. And then here it's actually trying to generate the material. Before we make the material, alright, we should see if it's available at all. Okay. So it looks like what it's doing is actually sending the data off. So, yeah. Okay, so the good news is that Generate Material is trying to build a material name for us. And, trying to get that loaded and all that, while the collision mesh does fuck all. And I'm thinking this is probably where our problem is in the main thing. For some reason, it's trying to do the fuck all part. Alright, so... So, okay, just so you guys can see what's going on here. Alright, we just got an error. Perfect. Identifier. Just rock, because I don't want to have to toss that in. Alright, build again. So here's what collision is doing for its material. It generates the material interface, which is basically a fancy way of saying, is it a material or is it a material instance? Either way, let's work with it. So what it's doing is it's trying to find our material instance for collision, which is actually going to be generated by us, in the function. And then it will go on and do other stuff, actually assign it to all the materials and stuff. Here is basically the same code for, let's comment this out. Let's comment this in here now. Hey, look, it finished. All right. So we're going to put in here collision material code. And then down here, regular material code. And if we take out the comment, that is what the difference is. This is setting our material interface for material. It's then trying to look for our material, our constant. It's trying to load it, and if it doesn't find it, it creates a warning and then continues on to the next material. Our regular code specifies a material name, goes to material instance, and rather than setting it to null and then trying to load something, it just says, no, just go run this function, which will go generate a material. So if we jump ahead to this, you can actually see what it's doing. It's getting the material ID because we're sending it information. So if I was to actually make this work with our code, it would be that plus the base file name, which I don't have right now. I don't think I have base file names in this. But here it's going to go out, it's going to try and find the material ID and the base file, and I don't know why it's doing base file. Why is it doing base file? It's part of the material name? Seriously? At any rate, and then what it's trying to do is it's going to go through and it's going to either load or generate the material, and then it's going to put that out into material name so we can use that later on. If that succeeds, or if that does not succeed, it's going to error out, and just like there. So that is the difference between these two codes. The problem is, can I find a way to unify this? Ooh, I think I want to take a closer look at what the generate material does. But first things first, let's see where our code is. It should go through building the mesh for the mesh datas, mesh for the mesh gods. Um, now, I think we actually have it set up to... Oh! Oh, 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 oh. Yeah. That's gonna be false, I think. Alright, close this. Strange, I gotta close that window and then I have to actually kill the function because it's still running in the background. It just doesn't have that little window open. Oof. Alright. And end task. There we go. Alright. So now I should be able to build this. So I'm wondering, rather than, giving it a bit of base file name and a material name, if I shouldn't regenerate, if I shouldn't refactor the generate material function, so I can just pass it a material name or path, like this. Like if I could just pass it this string, it'll try to load that, and if it can't, then it'll try to generate it. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I could just leave this the same, but then add another one that tries to load it, and then if not, generates it. But no, this should be generated, so maybe I just do one of those instances where I do material interface equals null, and then I do the if collision else that, and then we do the check for material. Alright, there we go. I had to do the rebuild there because the way I was calling procedural mesh generation, it was always set to have the collision mesh set to whatever the reimport function is, and I honestly don't remember what I have that set to in so many locations. So I just had to tell it to be false and then pass the reimport. So what we're going to do is when we actually get to is mesh separate, or is collision separate, we basically pass this. It's like down here. What we do is, if let's see, what is it? WoW version. Collision static mesh default collision equals I forget, do I have that still over here? No, I don't. Alright. And really I need to add one where I have that as a, use the built-in options. I think that should work, but mostly you want this as a separate mesh. E default collision equals separate. Prop collision mesh we are going to have this separate. And we'll have to figure out, a collision mesh name for that. And I think at no point should collision meshes be nanite. So we're just going to have that be statically false. And that will be true. And we'll just leave that be re-import. Alright. And I'll make a note here. Yeah. Modify. No. Create replacement for the collision mount. Mesh. And let's make this pretty noticeable. Yeah, that's pretty noticeable. It's like, if I could, select this and make this like, increase the font size somehow. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave that. Alright, that's prettier. So yeah, we'll, let's see, what's base package name? We're doing the path and then the mesh name. Base, rather than base, we'll do collision. Collision package name. Package path. Alright, so we're going to do printf. So this will be just whatever this is, underscore collision. So, okay, we're taking the mesh name, which should be static mesh, blah, 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 group name, and then we just add underscore collision to it, and that will be the collision name. They're both, being sent to wherever the package path is. So now, there's that, and I don't need all of that. So theoretically, that should work just fine. So if we're separating, it should generate as a separate mesh and then move on. Alright, so let's open up the log. Here's the log. Generate static meshes. Alright. Getting a mesh of 1. Error, mesh is invalid. Procedural mesh doesn't have any sections. That's exactly what we wanted. And here we can see all the material IDs with their numbers. That's all counting up correctly. Inside and outside. That's all wonderful. Failed to compile. Default material be used. What? Why is it having problems there? Alright, so materials. Alright, Failed to compile for SM6. Collision has an invalid parameter name. None. Oh. That's right. Occasionally we have issues with our global parameter numbers. Is night, yeah. Still haven't quite figured out how to fix that, but, you know. Alright. So the exact issue is standard day-night. I mean, pragmatically, it should work just fine. It's just, for some reason, this never remembers to use is night. And then, of course, all the instances that are based on this fail. And it just crashed. At any rate, we got all this working. So, you know, we know that that's actually working. I'm actually going to... Wait. These got reversed. This one should be up here. And the other one should be down there. Right? No. This one needs to be in the middle area, because that's where we're calling the code. This one needs to be up here where we're... No. These were correct. These were correct. There we go. Got confused there for a second. Alright, so here's our material setups. So... let's see if this will let me do this now. I'm just going to try to do it off. There we go. Alright, now apply. And save. Right now, that's like the one thing that really needs to be dealt with. Let's open all the rest of these up just to make sure. Yep, these are fine. That's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. We have our collision mesh. Our function and our various day-night instances. Okay, so that should probably fix some of that. Just to be certain, though, let's open up that. No, I don't want to open up the asset editor. Let's head back to... well, actually, let's... actually, yeah, right there. Azeroth Buildings, Goldshire Blacksmith. If I generate static meshes now... Alright, so now we are still getting some issues, but it's not as bad as we think. Why is it still saying that is an issue? Material, standard day-night. Oh yeah, look at that. It's still saying it's an issue. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it's generating the materials. It's actually trying to. Are we like trying to overwrite the materials somehow? All right, generate collision material. Collision materials being generated. Generate day-night material. Generate global material collection. Come on. Generate collision material. Force rebuild is false. There, it's trying to do that. Generate terrain, cloud, chunked. Terrain landscape, terrain instances of landscapes. Okay, so where is that functionality then? Material systems, just building those. Going to material, collision, materials. Wow, material functions. Global parameters. Alright. So it's here in function. Okay, so we have the include for this. Materials, WoW material functions, yeah. So WoW material function. Here we are generating the layer material, which we haven't quite gotten to, but okay, so coming in here, fully load, set package to dirties, true. Pre-edit, post-edit, okay. So this returns a material parameter collection. We should be using that. Oh. We should be using that. So NPC equals that. parameter name. I'm... Yeah, global... So here I set collection. So am I doing that correctly over here in the code? Collection, and then parameter name. So here... You know, I could probably just do that. You know, we already have that. Is there like a way of dynamically getting get parameter name? Yeah, if I have the GUI. Get parameter index, if you have the GUI. Get parameter ID, if I have the parameter name. God damn it. Ooh, scalar parameters. Well, I know it's 1. Default value, parameter name. Ooh, can I just like set that directly from the GUI or something? Parameter ID. ID that is set from the name. ID. I don't know, is this even close to correct? Collection. Alright, that will set it to that. Set pro... Oh. So I could just tell it validate or update. Has a parameter name. Get parameter name. B is parameter expression. Parameter type. Now, parameter value. Okay, I'm going to say that, you know, just using these two will be fine. You know, in truth, we could probably get away with just using parameter ID. I think that will probably be more accurate to our needs. But honestly, just, you know, swapping, you know, this up to use the NPC was probably going to save us a lot of headaches. Because, you know, we don't have to load that anymore. It's already here. I hope. Alright, so we'll see if we can fix this little bug. Who knows? Maybe that was the issue all along. Wouldn't that be fucked up? I wonder if I should change the collision material to have no diffuse, just make it an unlit material. That could be interesting. On the other hand, I'd like it to have some diffuse. I want it to be like a 50-50. Like, pretty glowy, but you can still see some definition to it. I mean, I suppose I could solve that by simply setting the emission to be the material. Alright, what's going on here? Are we still waiting for stuff? Yeah, that looks like we were still waiting for something to shut down and it didn't. Project failed. Yeah, it still thinks it's, you know, live coding. And with that, you just gotta wait it out. Sucks. I really did not want to spend 2 streams getting this functional. I just wanted to show it off and then move on to what I wanted to do, which is getting all the skeleton work done. Formatting string must be a car. From Unreal String. And where did that come in from? Right here. Okay, so WMO assets, line 605. Oh, that's over on the other thing. Oh, yeah, okay, that's a simple. Alright. Basically, I forgot to surround the whole collision thing with the word text. So now it should actually build the correct package name for the collision model. Honestly, I really like the idea of, you know, basically putting this all together in separate functions. It just makes things a lot easier. And we can, you know, partition it out to have the collision separate from the regular meshes. There we go. Succeeded. We'll load this up. And then we got to figure out this material situation. And this might be one of those things where we got to, you know, we do the whole material as 2 separate, you know, passes. I gotta figure out why the generate material, however, is using base file name. That's why. I know why. It's actually making the material instances per mesh. even though we're using a global global texturing system, the materials themselves are actually placed along with the mesh. So that means we're probably going to have to pass the base file name in through procedural mesh, just so we can pass it along to generating the materials. In which case, unifying this actually becomes fairly simple, because I could, if collision, load this. Otherwise, don't. Otherwise, generate the material based on the file name. All right. So this is going to be useful for multiples. Let's open up the output log. I'll bring that in so you guys can see. Not that you can really see it. It's like super tiny, even for me. Alright, it's generating all the materials. Honestly, kind of surprised it's taking this long. We were probably facing a crash, yeah. Alright, so we're having an issue with WoW material line 250 or 530. 535? Seriously? Post edit change. Was it that? Or was it that? Alright, just gonna undo everything basically. Redo that, undo that. All right. Let's copy that, paste that to parameter name. And we know that, we only have one right now. We know that that's in slot 1. So, alright. Maybe this will have an effect. Maybe it won't. I don't know. What do you know? Not much, apparently. Or I'd have this finished by now. It's just... So, even though we are grabbing that as we generate it, we're going to try doing the old method of just, loading it from where we know it is, or at least where it should be. Where we're generating it from, really. Because we come here. Yeah, package path equals WoW version material instance path. Wait, material instance parent path? Is that where we're putting it down here? I feel like something's not right there. Yeah, package path material instance, yeah. Oh, parent path. Okay, yeah, that works. So we're just dumping that in our parent material folder correctly. I was just, thinking, oh, wait a second. I'll try this again. And win or lose, we're going to take a short break after this because I got to go pee. All right. Load the output log. I'm just going to leave it off to the side. You guys can't see it anyways, pretty much. Nothing. And it just crashed. Okay, so am I doing this wrong then? Pretty damn wrong. It's crashing at the same spot. Yeah. All right. So the good news is, I think just, telling this to be yeah, just telling this to be this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do that. So the problem is down in here. Trying to do this kind of bullshit. Parameter name, that's something... Parameter ID, that's something new. Validate parameter name. Allow duplicate name. False. I have no idea if this is going to work at all. Not that the other one was working. Come on, build. I want to load this up while I go to the bathroom. Screw it. I'm going to the bathroom now. Okay, I'm back. It's finished up. Let's load it up. And I got back just in time for one of my favorite songs. Pump the volume up. I mean, it's really sad what happens to Arthas. In so many ways. I mean, yeah, he in a way deserves it, but... It doesn't make it not tragic. Okay. It didn't crash. That's the good news. The bad news is I think it didn't work either. So... Yeah. Index 0. We got our parameter name. Standard day-night is still 0. And now this is going to crash. And I just saw an error. Something has an invalid parameter type. Failed to compile material. Collection parameter has invalid parameter none. And I'm getting that warning like 3 times. No parameter collection has invalid parameter none. Yeah, I know that, but I'm trying to get that to actually, be correct. But every time I try, it fails. Alright, this is a view material instance expression. We're going to try and dig into this just a little bit. Come on, oh. There. Alright, here we are. So we're including the header, and it tells me fuck all. Yeah, I don't want the header, I want this. There we go. There we are. Now I can actually read this. Alright. Collection. The ID is set from the name and used to collect the remaining collection parameters. The name of the parameter being referenced. Creates a new shader code, compiles. Okay, yeah. So I can set that from the parameter ID that is set from the name and use to handle renaming of collection parameters. Alright, so parameter ID equals ID, right? I mean, in theory, this should be what we need. But for some reason, that always seems to crash things. Has a parameter name. Parameter name functions. This is required. This requires as multiple class have parameter name, but are not a parameter, but are not due to class hierarchy. says it validates it, but it doesn't tell me how it validates it. Get parameter name. Has parameter names, get parameter name. It'd be nice if, you know, the docs here are okay. They're good for finding stuff, but a lot of them just don't tell you what they do. Returns the text to display on the material expression in the material editor. Get caption. Set parameter name. So set parameter name. And that will fix it. Especially with validate. Do any specific cleanup required immediately after loading an object. Called when the property on this object has been modified externally. I kind of feel like I just want to do a post load right here. Not that I think I should, but, you know. Nice part is right here, that actually makes it a little bit easier for me in so many ways. Because, you know, that will probably, you know, deal with a whole bunch of the validation and shit. Parameter name equals the... Get parameter name, compile, get caption, validate parameter name. Yeah, I'd like more information about validate parameter name. Or pretty much anything in here. Okay, here we are. Got some examples. Let's see if they're anywhere near what we need. New material expression function call. Is that what we're doing? No, we're doing collection parameters. Oh, actually, no. This had a collection parameter somewhere in here. One of these files. Material parameter collection. So parameter collection. Ah, here we are. Collection parameter. Cast check. It's making sure that that's actually what it is on that. Alright. It sets the collection, the parameter, force. Okay, so it set the collection. That was it. So am I like literally the only person on the whole frickin' internet that is trying to do this kind of shit? Trying to, permatically set a parameter name? Well, the good news is it's not giving me an error along my pathways when I do that. Bad news is it is failing. All right. Am I doing this wrong? It's weird that setting this I can set the parameter ID to equal this. But doing so will cause a crash when we get to one of these lines. I think the first one. Yeah, we're kind of getting off track because, you know, I'm sorry, the materials are important. Especially if I'm rebuilding them every single time I do a material. I don't know why this isn't working. Well, you know, part of the problem could be, where am I actually doing material creation? Well, in theory, right here. But no, I gotta look at the, alright, so, are you doing a re-import? I don't think so, but maybe? I don't think we're going to have to regenerate the standard materials. So I'm actually going to let that be false. So if this crashes, then we're just not going to rebuild the default materials when we rebuild the material, or rebuild the meshes. And we'll just kind of skip it and move forward. We've got a lot more to do! WMO, Azeroth, buildings, Blackshire, generate static meshes. And it crashed. I want to see exactly what happened. 3. Okay, it's line 537. And 590. So yeah, generate parent materials, and then 537 here. So that'd be probably the pre-edit change. Don't think it's going to be the post-edit change. But that only causes an issue when we set the parameter. So I mean, if parameter ID was actually index, I could do that no sweat. But parameter ID appears to be a GUI, so can't really do that. We'll just let this go for now, I guess. Which is nice because it means I can move on and add new things. But hopefully this won't be an issue with the next build. Let's I'm going to have to reorganize this because with 5.2 or 5.3, one of them, they kind of reorganized the shape of all the parameters. So somewhere I think I made a little script that would convert me being able to copy everything and then it would paste it in. It'd make it into C++ code that I could just paste. All right. Got a lot of other functions in here I don't need open right now. I did actually need WoW. Because I think we'll be making modifications to this function. Base package path. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-da-da-dun. No, not there. Not there. Yeah. Oh, base file name. That's what it was. Base package path probably more accurate to what we're going to need. Alright. So let's build. Okay. And our materials have not been updated. That's great. You know, they should build, they should not rebuild. So, alright, so now we're back into the phase of let's build this goddamn thing from scratch. Yay! So according to the log, Blacksmith Interior 01's mesh data for material 14, 1 out of 8, all the way through 8 out of 8. Now, keep in mind, that should be 1 out of, theoretically it's 0 out of 8 or 0 out of 9, but or 1 out of 9. But you know, we're skipping the collision material. Although I am seeing error mesh is invalid, generating mesh 0, 1. Yep. Error mesh is invalid. Didn't we also set this up to run collision, though? I seem to recall that. Yeah. Oh, if the collision setup was separate. So what I'm going to do here, we're actually going to keep a lot of the collision code, but I'm going to do if material ID equals 255, then it's going to try to load the material, else, and I could probably uncomment this. Else. Alright, and this is going to be base package name, or base package path, I should say. Mat data? Where's mat data coming from? Oh, right there. Okay, mat data, material name, that's the output. Material name equals text. Collision. I mean, I don't quite remember what you know, the make material, you know, thing is doing for the material name. All right, material name equals base file name plus the texture name. Oh, base file name, not path. Wait a second. Material path equals get name path. Oh, oh. Okay. What's the material name used for? Oh, yeah, okay. There's all that. Base material package name, yeah. Alright, what do we use it for outside of this, though? Because if I don't need the material name outside, what did we use this for? I guess is probably the best question. All right, material name was actually used in the slot name. What did I put for the slot name in the collision mesh? I had an empty string that I apparently used. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, that's not right at all. So yeah, setting it to collision is perfectly fine, I guess. So the next step is setting up the static material library. Oh, no, wait. No, first things first, we do the test. Could not. Okay, so here we're actually going to do a if material equals 2.5. Else could not create, could not get or create the material. And then we continue on, which will go on to the next mesh. That's fine. Otherwise, okay, let's come up here to, there was a static mesh list. There we are. Right above here. Significantly above here, actually. But for our purposes, right here will be fine. Actually, yeah. Just as long as it's above here, it'll be fine. Actually, why am I doing this into this? No, I do not need to do that. I don't think. So we're going to skip that. I think. This is one of those instances where I probably need to consult the ADT files. Oh, ADT files of Antioch. What is your wisdom? Have the red wine. Alright, generate the mesh data. No. That's in the actor, not in the asset. Alright, generate height mesh as procedural. Here we are. So what do you do for the material slots? Alright, so if we're doing chunked, which is it chunked or dynamic chunk? Okay, yeah, it's just chunked. Generating material data. Get the index, the material IDs, parameter instance collection. Yay. Huh. I'm moving this over to my other window. This is probably going to be quite helpful. Oh, procedural mesh. No, we're creating from scratch. We don't need to do that. So that's not something we need to do. Which actually means material name is not something we need, but we're going to have this set anyways. It's actually something that can happen later. Alright, so... if cast should cancel procedural mesh clear all mesh sections and then return null pointer. I figure, you know, if we're gonna cancel, we should, you know, go all out. I mean, yeah, we're going to delete this anyways, but let's just, you know, try to reduce as much data as we can. Okay. So we're going to actually start. You know what I'm noticing? I'm noticing that I'm not doing a whole hell of a lot of material work before just generating the mesh. Building mesh data for material. Yep, okay. Let's, just in case, clear mesh section. You never know. Procedural mesh. Create mesh section. No. Create mesh section linear color. Section ID. For the I. Well, actually, no. Section ID is going to be section. Wait, what's the difference? I don't... Okay, I do not need a section counter, as far as I can tell. I think we'll be okay. Alright. So let's see. Now we need the group mesh data. Well, actually, no. We need the map data. We start with the vertices. Then the triangles. The normals. UV1 or 0. UV1. UV2. UV3. Vertex colors. And then tangents is just going to be a blank T array. And sRBG conversion equals true. And there we go. That should actually make all the mesh. That is like basically all of the geometry work done. Let's go another one. All right. So next up, Alright, looks like next up is doing a whole bunch of material work. And I'm not entirely certain where I want to put all this. Because we do need to actually go through and make the materials. So let's do... this is now going to be point... This is going to be 0.4. Actually, no, this is going to be 0.1. And 0.25? Yeah, let's do 0.25. And now we're going to do... Oddly enough, I think text will just go straight into here, but generating material. All right, and we'll log this. Generating materials. What are they doing? They are doing a metric ton of parameter stuff. I don't think we have to worry about any of that. What we do have to do, however, is procedural mesh. Set material. mesh generation. Actually, no, it'll be assigning material to mesh. Assigning material data for mesh section. There we are. It's probably just easier to do it as a string and then passing bullshit along. Nice part is I can also do the log for that. Using the same goddamn string. Pardon me? Okay, I'm wondering if this will work just as is. I mean, I'm certain that there's more shit we gotta do, like, you know, the collision bullshit and all that, but... But let's run it and see where we're at. Who knows? Maybe it works now. Every so often it's good to go back and, you know, check and refactor your work. Of course, at some point you just have to wonder, wait, am I doing too much work? Could this be easier? Do I need to be tethered? No, I don't. I just want to build the meshes so I can move on. We have so much more to do. Alright. Remastering Azeroth is going to be a fantastic job. Because, you know, the whole idea is that we're going to have basically 2 variations of Azeroth at the end of the whole project. And this is before we start doing bullshit like, you know, Machinima. Although I would like to do Machinima as soon as possible. Alright, generate. oh. Converting. I think we just crashed. Yeah, that is just really thinking about stuff. I just saw a window close. Oh, no, we crashed. Alright, where do we get? Assigning material data for section 8. Wasn't that where we were crashing last time? So basically nothing's changed. We are still where we are at the beginning of yesterday's stream. Okay. Building blacksmith interiors mesh data. Generating materials. Assigning. So assigning material. So somewhere in here is where we failed. Actually, no, right here. Somewhere between here and the end is where we failed. Oh, you know what? We need a check here. If equals null, well, actually, no, we have that check here. So yeah, we're having an issue here where we're trying to set the material for the procedural mesh. Let's put a log in here. Finished. Creating procedural mesh from data. File checks. Succeeded in building our procedural mesh. So if we get this message now, we'll know that the problem isn't in here, but is in fact in another section of the code. Most likely over where we're actually trying to do all the other parts of the work. Specifically that the issue would be somewhere in here, you know, because this right here is where that function's being called. So we're going to check and see if we should cancel. If the proc mesh is null, then we'll continue, and then we'll proceed to saving the mesh. So let's actually let's do an error log right there. No procedural mesh supply. Cannot save to static mesh. Processing. Procedural mesh. With %I sections. Alright, it'll give us a better clue as to what's going on. There. Alright, I'm actually wanting to go in here and fix this. Because we really need a warning or something. Warning. Unable to generate procedural mesh for group livable. +1. Yeah, we'll just do that. That feels better. Yeah, why is it's yeah, it's probably for my programming senses. Yeah. It's more I won't say it's more logical, but it's more in tune with modern human sensibility to have 1 out of a number rather than the programming sense of 0 out of 1 out of 1 less. Granted, for right now at least, this is all for me, but I want to make my logs a little bit easier for the general public to understand. So, in that instance, just doing the... What the? Credit dashboard? What? That was weird. Ugh. No idea what happened there. I guess I just leaned back and, accidentally pressed the button. Yeah, about 30 is good. Alright. So, let's see exactly where we're having a problem. Because while I did make some changes, I didn't make anything that would, stop a crash. So right now we're just trying to figure out what's going on. Why are we stopping where we are stopping? I say, we haven't really progressed since yesterday, but at the same time, I think we've done a lot. It just feels like we haven't been able to get anywhere. First of all, processing. Yeah, let's get some spelling fixes in here. So, the good news is we actually got to here. So we are processing with 8 sections. So the issue right now is definitely in here. Num sections. Gas counter, the ears, get used, boy. Alright, we got our task counter. Get our used material list. Material list num. Num. Building mesh description. Yeah, I feel like we're not doing... Building mesh description from procedural mesh. Mesh description polygon count. So more than likely right now the issue is right in here. We're actually doing a bunch of shit. Although I'm looking at it and I'm not really seeing a whole lot. It looks like it's just material work. Which, you know, we do want to do. It's just... Alright, let's do a build. See where we're getting. See if we can get down to here. Or even down to here. Let's see how many polygons there are in this mesh description. Actually, you know what? Cancel. Because I see this. And we're going to do this as a log. Package name. Sorry. Okay, so if we can get the base package name, we're good for a fair amount of it. It could be that the problem is it's crashing at the name. It's just it can't create the package for it for some reason. I don't know why, but it could be. All right. Slamming doors. Oof, 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 oof. Rise on up to meet the challenge of our rivals. I feel like it's a little too high, but we can live with it. Alright, I do want to see the output log, even if it's just for me. And only for a brief moment of time. Because it doesn't update when you're doing a slow task, which is kind of sad. I'd really like to see, see what happens. Okay. Use material list number 8. Build mesh description. There is a total of 2,575 polygons, and we have a base package name. We got to here with literally no problems. Which means something in here. It could be we're back to the collision trace flag issue. What happens if I just if I did that? And let's add a couple more. Mesh has successfully been exported. Save. Can I just say save package? I just want to save. Pre-save. Save for one specific object, along with any object references contained within the same outer. Well, that's a static function. What about Unreal Mesh? Can I tell that to save? Save config. Save pre-root. Pre-save. Post-save root. No, I'll look up that later. I was thinking, well, if we're getting down to here, let's see if we can't save it so we're not having the issue anymore. Yeah, we'll see if we can't just solve this, by commenting that out. I mean, that could just be the one issue. And I don't know why we're having that particular issue, but it could be an issue. On the other hand, it could also be the descriptions. It could be, asset registries. Let's just see if we can get down to mesh successfully exported. I just had a thought. Getting collision mesh data. 4. Alright. Now, that's going to actually show up in our next build, but I think for right now we'll just test what we have. Because it'd be nice to know if we're actually having the issue when we're doing the collision build check. No, I have the feeling that the issue is, I believe the issue is somewhere in here. And I'm pretty certain it was this. But, that's only based on certain things. It could also be something around in here, even though this seems to be working just fine. Alright, give me your goddamn output log. Generate. Crash. But hopefully let us know where you crashed. Just as long as it's consistent. Alright, so we did not get down to here. So, it may not have been this. Alright. So, creating static mesh. Creating package for static mesh. Creating static mesh object, probably. Init. Static mesh. Set light GUI. Oh, you know what? I'll just do this. This will be a little easier. Static mesh. Booleans. Static mesh. Nanite options. Setting materials from list. Setting %I materials from list. Static mesh creating description. Just be good enough for me, I guess. Creating asset. Fully loading package. Package is dirty. Setting collision. Trace flag. Calculate extended bounds. Post edit change, or pre-edit change, post edit change. There, we have literally basically done you know, almost everything. Adding blank materials to the list. All right. Okay, so if it gets to the collision mesh data, which it won't because we're not even getting down to here, successfully exporting, we would see that change. But this, we know we were getting base package name, so now we're just going to make our way down. Alright. So, fully commenting, let's see how bad this is. With luck, we'll see exactly where it's going to crash, and it's going to crash probably set mesh description or build from static mesh descriptions, because that's where it crashed last time. All right, generate. I have no idea why it's crashing here and not with the other. All right. Yeah, set mesh description is getting crashed on. Why? Static mesh description. Yes. We're trying to set the mesh description and it crashes. I got a feeling like maybe this is a bug in Unreal Engine 5 and not in our code, which really sucks. Because it basically means that, you know, anything I've done today is worthless. So, stream and a half. Almost, you know, stream and 3/4. Worthless. Because of a bug in the engine. And what are we going to do? I wanted to work on this. Alright, let's take a look. Let's go deep diving into this. What? Owned mesh description equals move temp in mesh description. What the fuck is move temp? Move temp will cast a reference to R value. This is UE's equivalent of standard move, except it will not compile when passed an R value or constant object, because we prefer to be informed when move temp will have no effect. so reference value. Alright, so move temp. Let's keep this just to be safe. Yeah. Type main key, in this case, enough mesh description. Move temp. Cast type. Move temp is called R value. Return toss object. So, okay, so owned mesh description. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to look at in here. But what is causing, when I do this, that it just instantly crashes? Like, not even, okay, what are you? An F mesh description, huh? Is that what you're getting? You are returning a static mesh description reference. So, static mesh description. Is that right? Use a static mesh description. Oh no, you know what? It's probably, I forgot. It's one of those. Wait, what? Okay, so that part was okay. Build mesh description. Is there like a validate on this or something? Polygon group valid? Is the venue valid? I can check various things, but I need to know exactly what I'm trying to validate. Compact? Maybe build mesh description is doing something weird. Attribute getter, register. Polygon group. Proc mesh. Get some sections. Build material map. Alright. Just going through the sections. It's getting the mesh section, getting the vertex count, adding that into the buffers. Reserve write new vertex count, doing all the reserves. And it goes through all of that. Precision lost. Polygons. I'm not seeing anything that looks wrong. Alright, it could be maybe our modules are out of date. That's probably exactly it. Because, you know, we actually need a procedural mesh component here in this module, but I don't think I ever put it in... no, it's in there. Alright, so... Oh, static mesh description. We need that module. But that might be under... I don't know. Let's try this. Worse things have happened. Alright. We do have static mesh description here, right? Yeah. Alright, so we got our description. Why do we fight? To prove our worth, to protect our land, and to show you the meaning of Christmas. That's it, that's description. I still get goosebumps at that music. It was a shitty expansion, but beautiful music. I didn't get anywhere near the end. It was just that boring to me. And it was just a little too kooky, I think. I mean, you know, you definitely need humor, you know, some jovialness in a World of Warcraft expansion, but this felt like it was going too far. I mean, I know Pandarans are, you know, they are what they are. But, and I know that they do exist in there, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, yeah, there you're creating your triangle, but how do you convert that? Yeah. There's the community transformation. It could be that, you know, they did, you know, change up the required, you know, sections. Although I don't know why it would work in, with the ADT and not the WMO asset, unless there was something specifically different between this one and this one. And the only thing I can see is, you know, there's formats and then there's assets. It's pulling from assets. But if you look at the private dependencies, Okay, we're actually getting some interesting ones in there. I mean, Unreal Ed. I got Unreal Ed. Input core, editor style, editor framework, editor style. We also have Slate core? Yeah, I guess. Don't think we're going to need that in the other. Editor scripting utilities, mainframe, property editor, render core, RII, yeah. And then tool menus. I don't recall what this is for. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there that's even remotely similar. And we're still crashing at the same spot, so it definitely was not an include. So I think mesh description probably covers most of what we need from there. Mesh description base. Yeah, mesh description, nothing else. So module static mesh description. Static mesh constant attributes, static mesh attributes, parameters, static mesh description. A wrapper for mesh description, customized for static meshes.
Panda Fe Wanja.
As you can see, he is talking about the ancient dragon.
Suda. Shengbea Song Hu Quan Shang Fui Liu Long.
I don't want runtime. Editor.
Jafuma Shuya Neon Fong Du Jafu Iki.
Alright, editor. There's fines inside the editor. That's mesh description. Dual mesh description for zero mesh component. Yeah. That's what we're doing. Actually, this guy's one is a little different.
Su Wi Hu Iguan Bia Denga Shiji Lu Longo Ki Shumeni Sha Ni Sha
December. It's almost a year ago, so this code should still be good. This actually looks like a fairly different example of the code. In here, he's actually going through. So let's see. Where's my F mesh description? Well, here's the mesh description. F mesh description. Yep. Okay. So. If mesh description equals null pointer, because he does it actually as a pointer, which is probably not a bad idea. Oh, no, wait. No. Yeah, we're already checking that our procedural mesh is good. So, here's our mesh description. If polygons are greater than that, which they are, okay, you know what? All that is fine. Stack mesh and resources. Oh, okay. U static mesh F build mesh description params. All right, mesh description param. MD params. Fast build equals true. So what are the other options in here? I'm curious. Allow CPU access. Yeah. Commits the mesh description as part of the process. Set by true by default. Builds simple collision. Set to false. Set to false. ORED. Mark package dirty. Use hash as GUI per LOD override. Yeah, I think we're fine just leaving the rest of them. All right. Let's see. Unreal mesh. Get static materials. And that's literally what my next code does. Is deal with all that. And then build a mesh description. Needs to be an at. And then Unreal Mesh build. on time since I played some of these WoW expansions. I don't play live anymore because I don't support Blizzard, and I don't think I'm going to support them when they're owned by Microsoft, especially, you know, while what's his fucking face is still the head of Activision. Honestly, if I had $1 billion, if I had multiple billions of dollars, I would buy Activision Blizzard. Just, you know, straight up buy it, and then I would separate it into two different companies. Blizzard and Activision. I would unmerge them. And then Activision can go fuck off, and Blizzard would actually be a haven for creative individuals. That's what I would do. I suppose you could do that with Activision too, but you know, the important part is get rid of the admins from Activision and let the creatives of Blizzard do their fucking job. Stop driving people away by doing bullshit. Fucking apologize for you know, kowtowing to China in so many different ways. I mean, it's okay to release a Chinese, you know, explicit version of something, you know, that's, you know, edited, you know, in order for the Chinese government to allow it into the country. It's okay to do that. It's okay to do a lot of things, but you don't censor people because they support one side or another in a conflict involving a country that you are, you know, financially invested in. So, like, right now, you know, Russia or Ukraine, you know, you don't punish literally everybody for what, you know, because you want to please Russia. It worked. It still crashed, but it worked. Okay, we got some warnings in here. Yeah, we got some warnings, but it worked. So all this bullshit kind of got in the way when this worked just fine. We still have to do the materials and everything, but it worked. It still crashed, but it worked. It got to here. Which means it was then trying to do something else. Alright, got procedural mesh attempting to save as static mesh. Wait, this was saved as static mesh, right? Yeah, this was saved. So alright. Procedural mesh saved as static. Alright, so generate mesh is complete. Generate meshes complete. But it's not, because if I look at the error message, well, if I look at the log, you can see it's getting mesh 1 of, getting 0 of 1, and then 1 of 2. What? Anyways, yeah, I'll have to look into that. Here's the interior. It goes through there. It gets the blacksmith interior. It sets the proper mesh name. Yeah, static mesh logs. We're getting the some warnings in here, but we'll have to fix that. Let's see. Then it calculates the extended bounds. Pre-edit change, post-edit change. Mesh has been successfully exported. So that's right there. It's returning the mesh. So save procedural mesh to static mesh. So that brings us right here. You know, I don't think this needs to return a static mesh. So, now, yeah, I just added this log. We should see that. And we should see all that. And this is all bullshit that we can probably delete now. But we'll probably keep open for just a little bit. And then we should see generate all meshes complete. But we're not going to see that because for some reason it's not moving on to the next item. You know, we're not getting to this line. So we should see here. And yeah. If it goes to here, we should be seeing this line, generating collision mesh. But we're not seeing that. So, the question is, why? Calculate, let's see, render bound. Send render data? No. Warning, the difference between render data bounds. So maybe, yeah, maybe that is what we can do. Let's stop this for a second. And let's just do bounds. Set extent bounds. Okay. Render data. Get render data. That's a constant now. As valid render data. Invalidate last render time for streaming. Per asset. Last render time merely used to op. Okay. Set render data. Get platform. Static mesh render data. Rendering resource. How do I update degenerate tangents, huh? Get our rendering, yeah. Bounds of the renderable mesh. Release resources. Emit resources. Get first valid LODs. No. Well, I could just try setting the bounds directly. Equals. Get bounds. Significant difference. Alright, so hopefully that just fixes that particular issue. I'm hoping that's not the problem, although I am seeing origin x equals 0, and then y equals a fuck ton? Near fucking infinite. Here, let me show you actually. You see this line right here? No? How about now? That is the integer size. This is the prefix of how big it thinks the y origin is. So, if origin is where everything begins, then this is way the frack up the... Actually, no. This is... way the hell off that way. In comparison, this is the render data bounds. If we compare that to the mesh description bounds, look at the origin there. X is 4, Y is 58, Z is 651. So yeah, we definitely need to make sure that these are equal. And it could be that. It could just be that we needed to fix. I want to take a real quick look. I'm actually very happy we found that little bit. C++. Update. Render. Data. Bounds. Dynamically and non-uniformly updating object values. Do not access this member directly. Do get render data, yes, or set render data. I think we'll be okay. All right, let's try building this. Alright, what is the other issue? Warning has some nearly zero binormals, which can create some issues. That's okay for now. Degenerate tangent bases. Let's see if I can do something about this. Nothing on tangent. Clear. No. Import custom properties. Get asset import data. Asset import. What is the asset import data? No. Import version. Import custom properties. Implements get world. Get material index for import. No. Asset import data. Get class. Let's see if this is... Nope, I'm not seeing anything. Alright. Got a number of things to test with this. Still crashing. Alright, well the good news is that the render bounds have been updated correctly. So that's working just fine. We're getting pre and post change. So that's all good. And we're not getting any of those errors anymore. Well, not getting that error anymore. The bad news is mesh has been exported successfully. We return the Unreal mesh. Save procedural mesh to static mesh. Which means something's going on over here. So let's go auto static mesh equals. Yeah. Use static mesh. I'll call this imported mesh. Or saved mesh. Yeah, saved mesh. If saved mesh equals null pointer continue error did not get a valid use static mesh from say procedural mesh. With did not get a valid back from. There we go. So yeah. Hopefully, this will do what we need it to do. I would like to see this message. I would actually be happy to see this message too, because it means that there's something wrong. Well, I tell you one thing. That static mesh update, just this, definitely copying that over to the ADT actor. Update bounds. Is there a procedural mesh? Render data? Because if so, I can put that little bit of code into no, there isn't. All right. Down. There. So now that will get a nice little fix as well. So now I won't get that render bounds error with ADT files either. I'll also move over the new build config, in a bit. Virtual Ghost, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the KJ crew. And how you doing? All right, 45th time's the charm. Probably not, but at this point we're just trying to figure out why. And where. Alright, let's see. Waiting for static mesh to be ready. Starting static mesh, building static mesh. Warning. Mesh has degenerate tangent bases. I don't think that would cause it to crash. Mesh has been successfully exported. Yes, I understand that. I'm just trying to build a plugin that will import World of Warcraft. Unfortunately, something changed in the most recent build of Unreal Engine, and it caused my plugin to crash. So now I'm trying to figure out why. So, okay, we get to here, but we don't leave this function? Oh, wait. We're in an if statement. Yeah, we're in an if statement. So yeah, that returning should work. Alright, so save the mesh. And this is what's being called, right? Generate meshes? Yeah, this is what's being called. Okay, so for right now, let's just... yeah, I pumped it up for one of my favorite tracks, and I forgot to turn it back down. It was just... I was enjoying the music. There wasn't a whole lot of people here to talk to, but yes, it is now fixed. Okay, so... we're calling this... It goes over, does its job, but doesn't seem to send anything back. It's like the whole thing just stops right here. What is going on? Alright, let's just do a log. Finished. Starting. Yeah, this should work. I don't know why it doesn't. I just rewrote this too, and it just does not work. We're definitely getting procedural mesh stuff. It's definitely getting created. It comes down here, and it's running through here. Does all this. Does all this. It gets to here. It exports. Whoa, whoa, didn't return. Don't think I saved it in time. We'll just give this a shot. Actually, let's do another one too. Returning null. Pointer. I mean, in theory, I don't need both of these, but we'll find out. The worst part is, you know, this is now day 2 of me trying to solve this one problem. And the only reason I found this problem is because I was trying to show off where we were with the plugin. Because it'd been a while. I was like, okay, you know, first things first, we'll show it off, then we'll get to what I actually want to do. And, you know, I'm like, okay, we'll go through here. And the whole editor just died. And so I've been trying to fix it since then. Had a lot of problems with creating a static mesh from the procedural mesh. But now we seem to be okay with that. We're just not continuing on after this function. Oh. Could it be that it's a could it be one of the... Oh. It could be this. Sorry, I just had a spark of inspiration. I need to check something out. Where else do I have one of those? Because apparently the one I was looking at is commented out. We'll still let it we'll still give it a shot. But if it's this, it's really fucked up if it is this. Okay, the ADT is going to have it. Because I know it has it. I'll move that over here while this is booting up. It could be, and I'm hesitant to think this, but it could be that the slow task isn't being completed. And that's what's causing the problem. Just trying to remember if there's like a finish. No, it looks like it's just enter progress. So maybe we're just not finishing our progress bar. I don't think that's it, but at this point I really don't have anything else to go off of. Okay, so the good news is neither of these two returned, but also nothing else returned. So, see, you know, right after this, we should see this start. All right, did we get that started? Starting procedural mesh to static mesh, yes. So we got this line. It goes through here, does all this, and then nothing happens, and it just crashes out. So now I am actually starting to think, okay, did we really fuck this up somehow with the slow task? All right, enter progress frame, generating mesh. All right, slow task. Task counter. Why is that set to 1? That should be set to 0. Was that the... I really hope that was not the issue. Yeah, well, I'm also noticing, hey, here it is here. And, it's looking like, alright, for right now, I'm going to take that out, put that to 1, because we are actually going to do 1, which is right here, generating mesh. And I don't think that we touch it at all after that, even though we probably should. You know, that's something I can do later, but it could be that it's basically blacked out because it was looking for extra things to do, and I currently have that commented out. I really, really fucking hope that's not what it is, but at the same time, I really do hope it's what it was. Oh, this would be, this would be literally two streams of me trying to figure out what's going on, and it turns out it's the slow taskbar that's causing the problems. Of course, I was having other problems, but if that's what's keeping me from leaving this function. But return should kill that anyways. And actually task equals 1 makes sense because, you know, we're processing the mesh, then we're processing all the textures. So that does kind of make sense. Because you'd have one task where you're actually, generating the mesh, and we could break this down to like 15 different things. We just have to divide 1 by 15 in order for that to make sense. Well, that wasn't it. Yeah, the task would have just ended, when we got to that point. So it more than likely was not this. Because, if you return, it just says, oh, okay, well, we should cancel, so just return and we'll just drop everything else. So when we come down here and do a return, it should work, but it didn't. And I don't know why. I don't know why we can't leave this function. Everything says that we should be returning this. Now, maybe this should not be an object that we pass? No, except we do make it a new object, public standalone. We specify it as a package, and we are actually saving it effectively as a package. But we get to here, we return, and then literally nothing happens. Somehow, coming back to here causes the whole program to crash without an error message. I can get this, I cannot get this. I get this, but I cannot get this. We are returning as a static mesh. Yeah, and that's the way we do it over here. Just to confirm. Well, actually, place doodads. Yeah. Yeah, use static mesh. We go through. Do a whole bunch of stuff. We make a new object. We initialize it. Do all the good fun stuff. Pre-edit, and then we return. And it works. I know it works. So, yeah, if I were to just take this, copy that, come over here. Well, actually, no. Come over here. New mesh, proc mesh. Do package, base package name. And WoW version, enable nanite. That's literally the same code. The only difference is here we're actually assigning a that static mesh to a terrain mesh. Right now, I'm just trying to get a goddamn log file to pop out, and I can't. The worst part is it should be actually running that code twice, because after it finishes that, it then has to go on to the next group. So the fact that it's not doing anything after it comes out is really detrimental to the whole process. Ah. Ew, this is bugging the shit out of me. Alright, just for kicks. Let's do the 5.1 version. Okay, so that finished building. Let's open this up. Okay, I'm going to build this for 5.1. Make sure it actually gets built. We've made some changes that we would have to backport, but, most of it's been trying to figure out what the hell's going on with this. Alright, so the reason I know that the landscape stuff works is because I've already exported assets with it. Preparing static meshes. Ah, the logs. There we are. As you can see, we have the landscape that imports just fine. And if I were to come here to this landscape, I can create terrain for that. It'll create a procedural mesh, assign all the materials, create all the materials too, and then generate a static mesh that it will save as, just as it will save as a static mesh. And it will also treat the water as a completely separate element as well. Doesn't have to, but for landscapes I figured it should. But look, there it is. That worked perfectly. I mean, it's still, processing some of the materials, but it should clean itself up in just a moment. Uh-oh. That's not right. It's got to be still compiling something. I'll recreate the terrain. Sometimes that fixes it. Oh, I hate to think that I broke something. fucking break something? I really hope I didn't. I hope it's just a bug. At any rate. This is basically what I've created. Ignore the fact that the textures on this don't look right. Obviously, you know, I think the MCALs probably had an issue. In fact, we can check that pretty easily. Yeah, look, the MCALs had an issue. So yeah, the good news is, you know, it wasn't something I intentionally broke, but we'll force the re-exporting of the MCALs. So the materials still do work, it's just, you know, the MCALs sometimes have issues. And I do gotta work on that. There, see? Re-exported just fine. And I'll save all this. But still, it saved it as a static mesh, so we're perfectly fine. I'm thinking maybe I should put these into subfolders, maybe. But, you know, the whole plan is actually I want to procedurally combine these into a single large texture. I just have to find a way of uniformly figuring out which layer is attached to which layer. Because if you look, you know, these two layers, these two tags, look fairly similar in colors and, you know, layouts. But then you compare that to this one, and it looks like the blue channel is now in the red channel. I think. At least that's the way it looks to me. And then there's these two, where the channel that makes up the, you know, the red and the green are not the same as these guys. Which isn't the same as this one, even though these 3, 4, 5 are similar. And then it goes completely red, which I think is probably taking over the blue channel. And then this one's, you know, back to the other setup of the others. So what I think the way you do it is you need to identify which layer is applied to which material. And then you build a single massive material out of all the component parts for that layer. So, you know, we know that the, you know, whatever's in the green channel here is obviously the road, with the red being the dirt channel and the green being the grass channel, because you can see that in, you know, a lot of these little areas. And obviously the dirt and the road are overlapping. But, you know, if we get the ID for the grass texture, let's say that's 1, the dirt is 2, and the road is 3. So, you know, we just have to go through every single tile, find any tile that uses an ID of 1, and we assign that all to our grass tile, which would make, you know, a single image roughly the size of a, you know, the whole thing, which I think is 1024 pixels. So I think each one of these is like really, really freaking small. Alright, difference in render bounds. I thought I fixed this. Warning. Get physics triangle mesh data CPU not available on selected LOD of 0. That's for the water, that's fine. But yeah, I'm getting 2 of these render bounds data issues. Even though the mesh description one is perfect, I thought the render data one would be fixed too. I guess not. Alright, there we are. So yeah, if we take a look at this, this is, you know, 0, 0. It's mostly grass. Looks like there's probably a little bit of dirt or something. Oh no, it's the flowers. So anywhere you see green on this first one, that's where the flowers are. Or am I wrong? I am wrong. Anywhere you see red on that is where you see flowers. So if we come over here to this one, it looks like the the blue channel is actually being used for flowers, which is, you know, a combination of flower and grass. So this would be where all the flowers are in this, you know, top section. This is the dirt channel. You can see that pretty much all throughout here. Or maybe, yeah, that's the dirt channel. That's got to be the dirt channel. And that would be the actual road channel. Yeah, you can see the little bit of outcropping here is corresponding to this. So, yeah, this is pretty much it. So, yeah, there's all the grass. Well, actually, you know, that's all the flowers with the alpha channel. This is basically everything that's, you know, not being used. So, you know, basically with these, anywhere you see black, that's where the base texture is. And that, in this particular case, is where all the grass is. Although, yeah, it's, I don't know why. I mean, if you look at that, that should be, that's weird. Alright. Probably have to just fix that. Because that does not match up with that. I mean, this should be like all white, and then you subtract that. And then you subtract that, and then you subtract that, and then you'd probably clamp it. Oh, did I not clamp it? That could be it. At any rate, that's how these textures work. You know, even a lack of color is a color. So, the issue is trying to build the WMOs. Alright, we gotta build fail, the command. I was trying to do shit. I was trying to be clever. Alright, so, yeah. So for right now, we just come here, we try to generate the blueprint. It will literally crash the game. Let's see. Passive doodads, anvil. Can I create this? Nope. I forgot I can't drag these in. That'd be nice. Now we got some jars there. We got the glow. We got, you know, a pick, shovel. I should be able to just right-click this and be able to generate meshes, but I haven't implemented that yet. What I can do, however, M2 actor, drag that out. Reference that. And then oh, got a little close. Alright, now if I generate the blueprint, is this going to crash? It built the blueprint. But it did not build the meshes. Just working on all this, basically. Well, the fact that it built the blueprint was quite nice. Alright, that one succeeded. So yeah, something between, something in 5.2 or 5.3 has broken my ability to export stuff. Yeah, it's not doing bullshit. Alright. So yeah, if I come here, generate blueprint, and it will crash when making the meshes. And I have no freaking idea why. Because it just won't leave that one function. Come on. Oddly enough, I was also trying to import World of Warcraft assets into Unity so I could get them into VR chat. Now with all the bullshit of Unity, I don't think I even want to touch that program. Which is sad, because I kind of like VR chat. What's going on? There we are. Alright. Mesh has been successfully exported, and that was the last we heard of it. Although it still has that render bounds difference. And it's completely different bounds than what it is from the mesh bounds. What the fuck? So, even though I added that nice little piece of code that should update the bounds, render data, bounds equals that. Unreal mesh. Set render data. Maybe that will just kind of force its hand. I'm definitely gonna have to work on this with 5.3. Figure out what's going on, and I'll definitely look at backporting some of the changes I've made. But I think for the most part, I'm just gonna have to assume that there is a bug for 5.3 for this that's causing the issues, and I just might have to keep moving forward with 5.1. I may also try doing a 5.2 update to see if the issue is there. But for the most part, I think this is going to be a really, really tough thing to fix. I mean, it's possible. Alright, we're still initializing the 5.1 version. I do want to show you guys, where we left off, basically. And it's, I know that for certain this will work. I'm just going to have to import the assets. Because I had to remove them all when I was doing my update, because, apparently I had almost a terabyte of, images saved for a render I was doing. And trying to move a terabyte when you're making a copy of a project in order to work on it, not fun. Alright. Let's get to my WoW directories. Alright, maps, Azeroth. Let's grab the select the files so I can just import them. Hopefully immediately, but probably not. Because there's a bug right now where I can't import. I can't do a mass import for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, it's about half done. Okay, now it's 3/4 done. Just jumped from 55% to 75% in like, you know, a quarter of a second. I can fault, you know, Blizzard for many, many things about their games, but almost never have I been able to fault them for their music. Of course, now it's stuck at 75%. Cannot convert. T unique pointer, huh? Alright, well, it looks like that's not working at all, so... I wonder, do I need to calculate the bounds and stuff before doing building? I mean, that could solve the problem. I doubt it. And, you know, of course, you know, doing lots of thinking, doing lots of... I think it's compiling shit. Yeah, I think the engine's compiling something. And that's why I'm losing frames, both on the desktop and in the music. Because I play the music locally. Ah, finally looks like it's doing something. Now, maybe I'm just missing something. How did Garrosh get back in time to Draenor? I understand that once he was there, he was able to, you know, modify and change things, but how did he get back there? As far as I know, you know, time travel is not common, and yet somehow the Dark Portal allows for that? They can transfer not only through space, but also through time? That's the part I just don't understand. Yeah. That was my biggest problem with Warlords, I guess, was how did he do that? How did we do that? They never quite they never quite answered, you know how an alternate reality was created, and you know, by Garrosh somehow going in there and somehow ended up both back in time and on another plane of existence. But I completely understand that you know, that's how Gul'dan managed to you know, basically revive himself, and that's how we got Legion, because he escaped from that timeline. I mean, that could be like a whole fun little storyline, is, you know, talking about Gul'dan coming to our timeline and finding out what happened to him. Alright, it's loading up the map. And we're still compiling for 5.3. I don't think it's going to fix the issue, but it might fix the render bounds issue. Meanwhile, 5.1 is still loading. Technically 5.11. It matters not. I don't know, maybe I'm just not following some sort of, maybe I'm just not doing something right. I don't know. I am going to do a test with 5.2, see if my code works there. Because if so, I can focus on the changes between, 5.2 and 3 rather than, 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3. Well, just 5.2 and 5.3. Come on, Unreal. You can do it. You can load. Oh, I just want to show this off. Yeah, if I can't find a solution by the next time I do a development stream, I'm just going to say screw it and, continue on with 5.1. And I'll move to 5.3 when I can figure out what's going on. But I will backport some of the changes. There we are. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Load. No? You're being a bitch? Fine. Yeah, this is really kind of pissing me off. And my whole system just froze. Music's going at least. Of course, I am trying to, load an Unreal Engine editor and compile a plugin for a completely different Unreal Engine editor at the same time. Plus, I'm recording and streaming all these assets to, I'm recording them to my local hard drive. I'm streaming them to my, streaming computer, over my network. I'm seeing stuff show up on my taskbar that I didn't ask for. This is starting to get annoying. All I want is to watch this. What the? Okay, I sure hope that's just my my browser and not my stream. All right, there's that. Good. Hell, everything just flashed. Dun 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 dun. Come on. Come on, buddy, you can do it. Back up and going. Ah, might have to just stop. Oh, you know what? I think I know what's going on. Yeah, I'm almost at 82% of my RAM usage. I definitely gotta get more. Probably faster stuff too. Let's close that. Alright, I'm just gonna close the elevator. Ah, everything returns. Alright. Yep. Looks like everything's coming back. And some things I didn't want to come back. Alright, bring that open. I will try this once more. I was going to cancel the build. It's just taking way too long. Oh. Well, it's just a waiting stream now. It's just waiting to see what happens. Now, what's going to happen first? Is the new engine going to build? Is the old engine going to load? Ice cream, for I do not know. It's also delicious. Ice cream. Speaking of which, I think I have some out in the fridge. That sounds really good right now. I have an extra fridge out in my garage. When you're cooking for 5 people, you sometimes don't have room to store all of it. Especially when you're out in the boonies and everything is like 3 times more expensive here than it is in the city, which is like an hour away. Yay. Alright, did this actually start to load? I don't think it did. Or if it did, we're suddenly going to have 2 of them. I'm going to try compiling this. And hopefully it will get mostly done. And we'll try reloading 5.1 again. At the same time, I have my task manager open so I can keep an eye on things and crash things as needed. Oh. Oh, that just straight up crashed. I didn't even have to debug symbols for that. What the hell? Oh, that looks like it worked just fine. It says it compiled successfully. Can I try another build of that? Oh, that was probably a mistake. Trying to load engine and compile two things at once. Oh, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna be painful. Okay, I think I had two instances of Unreal Engine open. I did not want. Alright, let's get in here. Okay, so let's see, we are currently compiling 5.3, and I'm doing a recompile on 5.1. I have killed all of the Unreal Engines that I can find. And I'm keeping an eye open for any more. Fortunately, my RAM seems pretty low usage, and Unreal Engine's actually quite taxing on my RAM. As in, it will fill it up. Screw that. Okay, 5.3, we're finally getting processing. Ah. Okay, 5.3 is about to finish compiling. So I can test that. Now, maybe putting the render bounds and the collision shit before we do the build is going to be the best option. Who knows? Maybe not. But we'll do it before we load the package and do stuff, or maybe we need to fully load it. I don't know. I mean, if we fully load the, if we create the asset. No, I feel like that needs to happen later. We need to create the asset, we fully load it, and then we can set it dirty, and then we can call the pre and post changes. Or maybe I move the pre-changes up. I don't know, I can't find anything particularly clear about any of this. Close that. And reopen it. Maybe that will let me actually, run some of these. Because I don't see it actually doing anything anymore. Silly Epic, you need to be rebooted. Alright. So come here. We'll try 5.3 first. I mean, I have no doubt that this is going to crash again. And now 5.1's loading? What? Dude, I called that like 10, 20 minutes ago. Alright, let's end that one. I have no idea which one that's going to kill down here. Oh, I don't even see it down here. Alright, well, there's 5.1 loading up. But I also need the 5.3. Actually, let's end that. Make sure I end the editor down here. There, 5.3. We'll get this loaded. Because I want to test that. And while that's going, we can rebuild this. Just make sure that, you know, it's actually building correctly before we try loading 5.1. We're going to end soon, just so you guys know. I just want something to show up. I've been trying to end this stream for 40 minutes, but I've been needing something to boot. Alright, well that looks like it's fine. Alright, 5.3. Did I accidentally boot two 5.3s? I can't tell. Properties. Yeah, that's a 5.3. And that's also a 5.3. So one of these can die. Doesn't matter which one. Let me see if it will let me load the other at the same time. Alright, yeah, there we go. We're loading the 3 and the 5.1. Or 5.3 and 5.1. Alright. So we've got two versions loading up. Possibly a third if it's trying to hide something from me. Doesn't look that way though. I don't know, maybe there's something in my code that's just causing a problem and I need to basically go back and remaster it. I do know that 5.3 switched to C++ 20 syntax, but as far as I know, my stuff's compatible? I'm unaware of anything that's, you know, specifically, you know, 17 or 14 that would no longer be supported in 20. Alright, we'll stand up for this last little bit. Global shaders, compiling global shaders. Alright, now they're both doing the DDCs. They're going to load up at the same time. But I think one of them is going to take a little bit longer than the other. Just a thought. Probably because we've already imported assets into 5.3. And we're going to have to do that again in 5.1. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Still doing the DVCs. Yeah, this one's compiling global figures. This one's still doing the DVC. Welcome to DVC. I'm wondering if this same issue is going to pop up in my Star Citizen project, because this uses very much the same setup on the code. So that might be something to look at. Alright, well, they're both at 39%. All that. Yeah, they're both doing quite a bit of loading right now. Yeah, they're both at 45%. It's surprising how close they are. But then again, I did launch them at the same time. I'm getting very impatient. I've got one that's going to be testing whether or not a fix I made worked, and the other one hopefully will just load up and we'll be able to have it work. So I'm wondering if the calculate extend bounds and then doing a build will be the right way to do it, or do I need to build and then I can calculate the extent bounds? I don't know. And I can't find a reasonable template to follow. I'm thinking more than likely I'm going to have to tear apart this code even further. Maybe even go so far as, I got to go load up the FBX exporters and some of the, the data smith stuff and see how they're doing. Okay, 5.1 took a massive leap forward. Okay, that sounded like a smoke alarm detector, but only beeped once. Maybe the battery's getting low on it. I'll have to check on it later. Yeah, it's still doing post loads. This one's loading packages. Load this package. Yeah, I'll probably go digging into this later. I don't have a problem making procedural meshes and then converting to static mesh. That seems to work just fine. I know, not everything's going to do that, but, this is the first time I've been having issues with converting to static mesh. Fortunately, this new this new way of building seems to work just fine. I'm just hoping we can find solutions here, because the render extents is kind of concerning. Now they're both initializing. Kind of want to drag these off so I can see them side by side. We're at 75% on both. I'm just hoping this works. If this solves some of my issues, that'd be great. If not, I can move them back down. But still, the biggest issue is, return Unreal Mesh doesn't seem to be doing anything. In fact, that's where we crash. I have no idea why. And yet the previous code would be just fine in 5.1. This code was meant to unify and make things better, but we are effectively doing the same thing with ADTs, both in 5.1 and 5.3, and it doesn't have a problem. Which makes it feel like that there's an issue with the model itself, but I don't have this issue with 5.1. Alright, come on. Alright, we're at 83 on 5.1. Still on 75 on 5.3. I've been knocked out in Mortal Kombat. Oh, that's dizzying. There you are. Oh, like a chicken. Do 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 do. 5.6 or 86%, so it's still at 75. Static. Well, it's looking like 5.1 is going to load sooner. That said, these have surprised me. I mean, either way, they're taking a while, and they probably would. Well, one of them would have loaded faster if I hadn't tried loading them both at the same time. How much RAM am I using up? That does not seem right. How am I only using 52% of my memory? Oh. What? No. Sometimes you gotta force Task Manager to refresh. That's not always an easy thing to do. I have no idea why. 91% loading Azeroth. Yep, 5.1. Alright. Alright. No, 53% is accurate. Okay. Probably get more once we get the assets actually imported. I have them loaded and ready to import. on. We're almost there. 97%. Oh. Alright, should be popping up any second now. It looks like 5.3 is finally starting to catch up. Of course, it's been loading stuff for a while, so it's not like it's lagging too far behind. Okay, so one editor has disappeared from my world. But I know it will be back. Alright, it's on my taskbar. 96%. There we are, 100% of my RAM now. So if things start to get a little choppy, that's why. Fortunately, the camera will still be fine. That's because that's being run on a completely separate computer. Doesn't get, pegged by my RAM. Not like other things get pegged. Seeing windows pop up and disappear and reappear. Alright, finally at 79% for 5.3. Come on, 5.1. Yeah, there we are. Starting to lose all consistency. Memory is at 98%. With about 10 gigs being sent to one of the Unreal Engines. But it's probably also being sent to other aspects of it. Yeah, this is the big problem. Is my CPU? It's not my CPU is the issue now. It's my RAM. It's probably the oldest thing that's still working in my system. It's still DDR4, but it's 32 gigs. But I think it's like 3,000. Don't know. I need to get more, and I need to get faster RAM. That's all there is to it. I should be rocking at least 64. It'd be nice to get 128. But I need money for that, and I ain't been paid in I don't know, 7 months. Feels like 7 months. It's probably been closer to 3, maybe 4. But also, I haven't been paid much, so not like I could upgrade if I wanted to. I'd go DDR5 if I could, but I'd need a new motherboard and a new chip. to go with the RAM. And neither of those sound appealing to me to buy right now. Although what I'd love to do, if I had, the power to spare, is take my current core system and convert that over into a media player for my house. Problem is, right now I don't have the power to spare for that. Like literally, if I plug, there are times where I'm just on this and the whole thing gets overloaded. All right. What the hell is going on? I feel like something's dripping on my leg. But, there's nothing there. No liquids, no nothing. I just got that sensation of. Okay. This is taking way too long. I have literally been waiting 40 minutes for this stuff to boot up. And my system is overheating and causing problems, and I gotta use the bathroom. So guys, this is where we're gonna end things for tonight. I'm sorry we didn't get to, get anything to show you at the end. When we come back to this, probably on Monday, I'm just gonna go with 5.1 unless I can solve the 5.3 issue. It'll just be easier. I'll try to backport whatever changes I made that I feel we need to keep. Yeah, I will be streaming tomorrow, starting at 5 p.m. Pacific time. It's, what? Our third to last Star Citizen Sunday? Or our second to last? I think it's our second to last Star Citizen Sunday. Come on. My computer's so overworked I can't even bring up the calculator. Not the calculator, the focus. Yeah, I'm gonna have to close down my computer real soon. Let's see, calendar. There we go. Don't usually use this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we've got Star Citizen Sunday starting at 5 p.m. Pacific time today. Now, because it is now like 1 a.m. We got next week, and then we have the finale for my streaming the week after. So, 14 days and counting. I'm hoping we get to my goal of 75, but based on our current trends, it's looking like that's not going to happen. Hope it does, but we'll find out. That's it for tonight. I will see you all tomorrow/today for Star Citizen Sunday around 5 p.m. Pacific time. Have a good night, everybody. Yeah, this one.